Sure, that's fine.
to wait for the officer. That's good. 10 a.m. is it? William Johnson. From the one with Mr. O. He wanted to withdraw money. And he told the guy to check with Mr. O to see if he still wanted to be his attorney.
Oh, yeah, right.
I didn't call for a new attorney.
I don't think we didn't let it go up. They were supposed to
I
check
think-
back with it.
Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Please remove your hat. We're just waiting in the scar. We're just waiting on your attorney to get here.
Okay.
Judge King. Okay. So. Person who speaks to the prosecutor. Okay, you can talk to the prosecutor. It's the 224. 5777. The number I know to speak to. Excellent. You heard exactly what you just told me. Right. Yes. Have a good one. All right.
What?
I saw something like saying,
One more is blurry.
sign language interpreters.
Guess I ain't read. Excuse me, Judge King.
Good morning, sir. How you doing?
Good morning, Your Honor. I have Mr. Sammy Willoughby in front of you, and I have
Okay.
Mrs. Brittany Walker on the way down.
All right. Well, I don't have any attorneys for them yet.
No problem, Your Honor. Just let me know what you need me to do.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Thursday. Do I get to speak to my lawyer? Why?
Interpreters available today. We need two Spanish interpreters. And your sign language interpreters will not be available. This is not able to go across the line.
There's a Spanish interpreter. It's in the thing, right?
In-person exams. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good morning, Ms. McCoy.
Morning, Judge, I'm here on Ernest Brockman. He should be zooming in if he hasn't zoomed in already.
Have not seen it yet.
Okay. All right, I'll call him.
I'm gonna put you on mute, Mr. Jackson, okay?
Excuse me?
I said, I'm gonna put you on mute.
Okay.
Madam Interpreter, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
So I was just notified that I have need for a Spanish interpreter for my 9 o'clock exam as well as my 9:45 exams, but there are none available, and then you appeared.
I was asked here to be at 8:30 for Noel Salazar Montaner. But I can certainly do the 9 and the 9:45. I do not have anything else scheduled today.
Oh, really? Okay, wonderful.
That's in person.
Can you be here in person?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I cannot. No.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What person is you?
Who did you say you were here for, Ms. Cox?
The name is Noel Salazar Montanes.
Okay. Salazar Montana. This would be. Ms. Drain. Good morning, Ms. Drain. Happy Monday. Are you ready on Brockman?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Your Honor, on Brockman, my client says he's in the waiting room under iPhone. He's not clear on, he's not sure how to identify himself or type his name in.
Okay. Hang on a second, Mr. Brockman.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hang on a second.
Okay.
I need to tell you that. I need to tell him we got work to do. We're ready on Brockman.
Calling case number 2305-997501. People of the state of Michigan versus Ernest Brockman Jr. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender what the offense known as mandatory 25 years sentence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Train for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. Robin McCoy, P63057, on behalf of Mr. Ernest Brockman, who is available via Zoom.
Mr. Brockman, unmute yourself and tell us your name.
My name is Ernest Brockman Jr.
What's your pleasure, Ms. McCoy?
Yes, Your Honor, I did have the opportunity to talk to Mr. Brockman. I did receive the discovery. I emailed it to him. He wants to hold the preliminary exam. He also wants me to address some of the bond conditions as it relates to his place.
Court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. Howell is November 27th at 9:00. I'm sorry. Okay.
November 27th.
Oh,
Thank you.
hold on a second.
Yeah, the offense.
Is that a home or away game?
They play it at,
Don't have any down for next week. Okay, how is December 4th at 9:15?
That's fine. Yep.
Okay, December 4th at 9:15, that's the line?
Okay, and that's live and in person.
Yes.
Okay, and want to make sure, just clarify for my client as well that it's in person. And as to bond, so he has a place where he was staying, the complainant was staying there, but he said that the landlord talked to the complainant and that she was going to be moving out on Tuesday, so he wants to be able to return to his residence. It's my understanding that there was a no contact order in place, which he's fine with not having contact with her. He just wants to be able to return to his home.
Mr. Dran?
So if I could have the opportunity to contact the complainant and just verify this, I would have no problem with that at all. And I can call today and I can get back with you, Ms. McCoy, about this as soon as possible.
Okay, All right. Thank you.
Now, bond continue. Thank you.
All right. Your Honor, hope you, everybody else has a great day. Okay. And
Thank you, you too. You're all set, sir. Ms. Soka?
Yes,
Yes.
Your Honor.
You're all set, sir. Have a good day. How can I
Okay.
help you, Ms. Soka?
Judge, we checked the register of action a couple of weeks ago on Mr. Claude Lewis, and we had a hearing today, but I know we have a competency review date on January 16th. So I just wanted to hop on and make sure we weren't required to come in today. He was admitted to the forensic center on November 14th for inpatient restoration and treatment.
What's his name?
Claude Lewis?
I don't have a Claude Lewis on my docket today.
Okay, so it must have been canceled. We checked it a couple of weeks ago and it was still on. I checked it this morning. It wasn't on, but I just wanted to make sure we're good to go. So I will see you then, I guess, in January.
Okay, have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Mr. Johnson?
Hi, good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. You're here on Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're ready with Willie Jackson.
Case number 2305-986401 before the state of Michigan versus Willoughby Jackson Jr. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or strangulation. Count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 3, weapons of violence. Count 4, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please. Can't hear you, Ms. Strang. You're on mute.
Sorry about that. Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. May it please Honorable Court, Vassal Johnson II, 72130 on behalf of Mr. Jackson. He's present on Zoom and consistently present on Zoom.
Unmute your name. Unmute yourself and tell us your name, Mr. Jackson.
Name is Willie Jackson Jr.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, Your Honor. I was just retained on Saturday morning. I would just ask if I don't have any discovery paper as well. I was just wondering if I can have an adjournment for PCC and then we can discuss hold or waive.
So there's a possibility it may resolve itself short of an exam?
It may.
Okay, the court will continue the plea of not guilty and adjourn the probable cause conference. I will adjourn it to.
What else? Okay, you have. This is.
How is. Pick a day this week, Mr. Johnson.
Say it again, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Pick a day this week.
Oh, let's see.
All right. Okay, great. Best to get to it as quickly as I can.
Friday would be good. I have Zooms in 36, so Friday would be good.
Right, December 8th at 30.
Did you said the 8th?
Oh, you said this Friday. I'm sorry.
You said this week, right? The week that we're in.
Right.
Okay.
December 1st at 8:30. I'm sorry.
That works.
And Mr. Johnson, I'm sending you the discovery right now. I have it all for you in digital.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Judge. See you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Sorry, Mr. Jackson.
Ms. Medina.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. What can I do for you?
I am here on Mr. Salazar Montanez. He is in custody, Your Honor.
Okay, is this him in the Wayne County Jail?
I cannot see. I'm gonna try to see.
What's your name, sir? In the Wayne County Jail, not you. What's your name, sir?
Good morning, Your Honor. We can swap them out. Good morning.
Señor, su nombre, that is him.
Señor Salazar, diga su nombre en voz alta, por favor.
This is him, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Montanez. Your Honor, I interpreted for Mr. Salazar Montanez. So that is,
Okay, let me call the case. please. Yes.
van a llamar a su caso.
Calling case number 2305998101. People of the state of Michigan versus Noel Salazar Montano. Defendant is charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, 4th degree. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, 4th degree.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Moore on behalf of the people, P84724.
And Your Honor, this is Maria Cox. I'm Spanish interpreter for Mr. Salazar Montaner.
And Crystal Marie Medina, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Salazar Montaner.
Ms. Cox, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to translate from English to Spanish and Spanish to English to the best of your ability?
I do.
All right, thank you. And tell me your name for the record, sir.
Diga su nombre en voz alta, señor, para las actas.
I can't hear him.
No lo podemos oír. Hable en voz alta. Diga su nombre en voz alta, por favor.
Noel Salazar Montanés.
Okay. What's your pleasure, counsel?
¿Qué quieren hacer, abogado?
Your Honor, I'm in receipt of paper discovery. I am hoping to receive a digital discovery, Your Honor, and setting an exam date.
Su honoría, yo he recibido electrónicamente los resultados de las investigaciones en papel y electrónicamente. Entonces estoy pidiendo que nos den un día para un examen preliminar, una fecha.
December 4th at 9:30.
El 4 de diciembre a las 9:30.
Your Honor, I actually.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Ms. Moore. Go ahead, Ms.
I'm
Moore.
out of town the 4th.
Your Honor, I have a conflict that morning. I'm not sure if Ms. Moore and the court are available on the afternoon of the 8th.
That works for the
Están
people.
tratando de concertar una fecha que les convenga a las dos abogadas.
See if we can move it a little closer in time. What about December 6th?
Your Honor, I start a trial on that day.
Yeah.
La abogada fiscal dijo que el 6 de diciembre no puede porque va a empezar un juicio.
All right, December 8th at 10 o'clock.
Oh, Your Honor, is there any way that we could do that a little bit later on the 8th? If not, that I should be able to make it work, Your Honor. No, that should work, Your Honor.
All right, December 8th at 10 o'clock.
Okay, la fecha entonces es el 8 de diciembre a las 10 de la mañana. 8 de diciembre, 10 de la mañana.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay,
Thank
muchas
you, Your Honor.
gracias.
Ms. Michon,
Good morning and happy Monday, Your Honor.
happy Monday. What can I do for you?
I have a PCC on Mr. Willoughby, who is in the Wayne County Jail.
And Your Honor, this is the interpreter. Since I not attend in person, I will not be needed for the other two cases you spoke about earlier.
Well, probably not for my 9 o'clock because, wait a minute. 9 o'clock, I need 2 interpreters, right? If you don't mind, could you stand by for me? I want to see what the attorneys want to do.
I will, Your Honor.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Okay, we're ready on the
Case number 2305997101. People of the state of Michigan versus Cindy Willoughby. Defendant is charged in count 1, weapons, firearms, discharge being read of building. Count 2, weapons, firearms, possession when held. Count 3 and 4, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 5, weapons, felony firearm. Count 6, 7, and 8, weapons, felony firearm. Count 10, domestic violence. Defendant has a convicted offender or dismissals.
appearances for the record, please.
Your Honor, Shelley, the people, number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Kim Michon, Neighborhood Defender Services, P59167. And it's my privilege to represent Mr. Willoughby, who is in the Wayne County Jail. I don't know if it's the gentleman who's on the line presently or not.
Can't hear you, sir. Sir, unmute yourself. Deputy, is that Mr. Willoughby?
Yeah, can I speak to my lawyer? This is Willoughby, Semi Floyd Willoughby.
All right, Ms. Michon.
I'd be happy to speak with him, Judge. I don't know if you want to set the date first.
Okay, let's do that. You're demanding an exam?
Yes, sir. I do have paper discovery, which I'll make sure the young man has a copy of shortly. I do not have any digital. If prosecution would be kind enough to send that, I'd appreciate it.
Ms. Drain, you keep muting yourself.
I'm sorry. I'm in the office. I'm sending that to you right now, Ms. Michelle.
Thank you so much.
But I got it right now.
The court will continue the plea of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination at December 4th at 10:15.
Judge, I start a jury trial that day, and it's probably at least 2 days. I'm available the 6th or the 7th.
All right, December 6th at 10 o'clock.
That'd be just fine, Judge. And I know this court well enough to know you are not going to address this young man's bond. We would ask for a pretrial services review of his bond. And just so the court is aware, he is currently on probation to Third Circuit Court.
All right, the court will refer to pretrial services for bond recommendation. Hang on a second, I'm gonna put you in the breakout room.
I appreciate you, Judge. Thank you so very much.
Hello.
Go ahead and join the breakout room.
Thank you, sir, and a lovely day to you and your staff.
Join the breakout room.
Hi.
Okay, Mr. Hart.
Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What can I do for you? You're here on Tisdale.
Yeah, I'm on Tisdale. We've yet to receive even the paper discovery, let alone the video.
Let me call the case. Hang on one second. Ms. Cox.
Will do.
Can you let Mr. Salazar know he's all set? Can you let Mr. Salazar know he's all set?
Señor Salazar, dígale a los guardias que ya terminó, que se puede ir.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Do I have an APA here on Tisdale? Okay, Mr. Hart, I don't have an APA here for you yet.
Okay, I'm not going anywhere.
All right, great, thank you. Ms. Barnwell,
Thank
good
you.
morning.
Yes, good morning, Judge.
What can I do for you? You're here on Hart.
I have Hargrove. He's on the Zoom also.
Okay. Ready on Hargrove.
Calling case number 2305-995501. People of the state of Michigan versus DeAndre Hargrove. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do grave bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 3, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 6024.
Good morning, Your Honor. Wendy Barnwell for Mr. Hargrove. We're both on the Zoom.
Tell me your name for the record, sir.
DeAndre Hargrove.
Hey, what's your pleasure, Ms. Barnwell?
Your Honor, we'll ask for a preliminary exam date.
Okay, how about December 4th at 9:30?
One split second, Judge. One split second.
Be moving to dismissal today.
It's good.
Okay, December 4th at 9:30, bond will be continued.
Mr. Hargrove, that's when we can ask for a dismissal on the 4th. We can't ask for a dismissal at a PCC. Testimony is required on the 4th. That's when we ask for the dismissal. Thank you. December 4th, we're physically in the courtroom. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Pope, good morning.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
Good, sir. You're here on
Johnson.
That's set for exam at 10 o'clock?
That's correct, Judge.
Okay, so why are you here now?
I got a note from your lovely clerk asking me to Zoom in to, I guess, inform you whether or not I was still on the case.
Are you?
I am.
Okay, so we'll see you at 10 o'clock.
Okay, I have a trial that's scheduled. I believe that it's going to be resolved in a plea within the next 10 to 15 minutes, and I'll keep the court abreast. If that falls through, then I'll call you back, absolutely.
Okay, we'll be here.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
I was here for a check-in on Trayvon Wetstone that was set for this morning at 8:30. I'm just making sure that it's still on the court's docket.
It is. I haven't seen the attorney yet.
Okay, thank you. I have to step out just to go downstairs to the courtroom, but I informed Ms. Drain and she will let me know when defense counsel's on and I will jump back on.
Okay. Young lady in the Wayne County Jail, what's your name?
Brittany Walker.
Okay. Just wait on your attorney, Ms. Walker. Mr. Train.
Yes, Judge.
Can you do me a favor and find out who the APA is for Tisdale?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Okay.
No.
That is approved. Somebody.
You celebrated birthday, so you slept that night. That's not right.
Yeah.
That's not good. Nice, relax.
How was your trip?
Yes. Okay. 8:45 for Nora. It said that they're in the hospital. Down floor. 8:45.
Ms. Bickerstaff,
Good morning, Judge.
are you here on Tisdale?
Yes, Judge.
Why do we have to come looking for you?
I apologize.
Ready on Tisdale.
Calling case number 2305-991801. State of Michigan versus Aaron Tisdale. Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Defendant has a habitual offender weapons notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Anna Bickerstaff on behalf of the people, P82215.
Your appearance, Mr. Hart.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Hart appearing on behalf of Mr. Tisdale.
What's your pleasure, counsel?
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. Judge, I have not, we filed for it, but I've yet to receive the discovery in the case, so I really am not in a position to do anything today, other than I presume, given the nature of the charges, we're going to ultimately set it for an exam. But I'm going to probably need to waive the 21-day rule so I can get the discovery and figure out what's going on.
Ms. Bickerstaff.
Judge, I did email defense counsel last week asking for a hard drive because there's a large amount of video that won't fit on evidence.com. I also did email a proposed protective order to defense counsel. I just haven't heard back on whether he's willing to sign that or not.
Two things. One, I dropped off at the prosecutor's office an envelope with a couple of flash drives in it addressed to Ms. Tisdale. And I also asked her to give me a call with regard to the proposed discovery order.
That will
So that's
explain why
kind
she
of where
hasn't
we're at
received it yet, because her name is Bickerstaff.
What did I say?
You said Tisdale.
What? I'm sorry, Anna. What did I call you?
You called her Tisdale.
Oh, I'm sorry. No. Yeah, you're right. If that's what the envelope said, then that would have been the problem. But I don't think it did, because the much smarter half of my office, which is my assistant, addressed the letter.
As to the protective order?
Judge, I did have some questions with regard to it because it excludes me from sharing at least some personal identifying information with my client. And it also precludes me from consulting, showing that evidence to a proposed expert without notifying the court that I'm doing that.
I believe there is an exception for defense counsel's investigators or experts. I'd have no problem with that. I would have an issue with the defendant, receiving witnesses' personal information.
How does your client need to see that, Mr. Hart?
Well, the order that I got says providing personal information as will be defined herein, but then it never defines it. So if all we're talking about is addresses and phone numbers, I've got no problem with that. But I mean, if it's showing pictures, which would identify people that are at issue, then that's a different story.
And Judge, I would just indicate the definitions on the first page in the first paragraph where it identifies personal information to include phone numbers, addresses, social security numbers, biometric records, place of birth, mother's maiden name, etc. I have no problem with names or pictures or any of that information going to the defendant.
Mr. Hart?
In that case, no, if that's the case, actually it is, Judge. I'm looking at it now. I've got no objection to that. There was something else with regard to the providing the information to experts without notifying the court. I do have an issue with regard to that.
Ms. Bickerstaff?
Judge, I'd be fine deleting. I don't think we need the court's permission for an expert to receive the materials they need. I can take that paragraph out when I find it.
Strike that. Ma'am, please remove your hat. Okay, she's going to strike that, Mr. Hart. You okay with it now?
Yep.
Okay, let's get the information to Mr. Hart. In the meantime, let's set an exam date. How is, I can do December 5th at 11:30 or December 7th at 11:30.
Either works for the people.
All right.
The 5th, 11:30.
Yes, sir.
That works.
All right. December 5th at 11:30. Bond will be continued. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Thanks, Anna.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Woodside, good morning.
Very good morning to your Judge, you and your staff.
You're here on Wetstone, correct?
Yes, sir.
I had an APA here on Wetstone earlier. She disappeared.
Judge Walker's. Sorry.
And Judge, that is Sona Moivisia. I'm going to let her know right now to zoom back in.
Okay, thank you.
Multitasking as usual, Judge. I'm going to run into a building. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm going to take you with me, though.
Oh, Biddy, we went on a field trip.
Yeah, right. It would be right. Gotta put you in my purse for a minute. Be right back.
Okay. I'll see how much money you have in there. She turned off the camera.
Is Madam Prosecutor here yet?
Not yet.
No. How many people out there? So just as usual, I'm trying to multitask. I'm now at the parking bureau and I got a courtroom full of people. Ugh. Because someone lost a relative, so I'm pinch hitting today.
Oh, okay.
Can I come back in about 30 minutes?
30 minutes? That's a long time, sir.
Guess that's a no. Huh? How many people? Are they ready?
Give me 5. She should be here.
Huh?
Can you give me 5 minutes?
Yeah, I'm just.
I know you're busy.
Not because I want to be today, Jeff. Not because I want to do what I had planned to do today.
You have parties here for our 9 o'clock?
Yeah. Rodriguez, Sherelle, 15, Holland, 15, Willoughby, 15, Lyons, 45, Howell, 12, Whitelock, 130.
Judge, could I ask Ms. Drain if she can stand in because I'm going to be asking for an adjournment anyway.
Did we get a report back?
We have we got a report from the Forensic Center, my independent. We're having some difficulties with the records from Wayne County Jail. They've been reported more than once. I've actually spoken with medical records who told me they were going to send them. To date, they have still not sent them. And there's also requesting some other records that I did request through JDF. We don't have those yet either.
Okay, here she is now. Everybody on Wetstone.
Call in case number 2305-756-901 for State Michigan versus Trayvon Wetstone. Defendant charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, first degree. Count 3, criminal sexual conduct, first degree. Count 4, home invasion, first degree. Count 5, robbery, unarmed.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sonam of CC on behalf of the people, P83923.
Again, may it please the Honorable Court, Sharon Clark Woodside appearing on behalf of Mr. Wetstone. My bar number is 41295. Good morning to you and your staff.
Good morning. What's your pleasure, Ms. Woodside?
So, Judge, this is what's supposed to be the competency hearing. I have not been able to get the records from Wayne County Jail despite making the request a couple times and haven't spoken directly with medical records a week and a half ago who indicated they would send the records for Dr. Miller to review. As of yesterday, still no records. They're opening today, so I will call them again to see if I can get these records. I'm also requesting records through JDF on behalf of Mr. Wetstone for him to review as well. I have made that request. I expect that I'll be getting those this week with any luck. So I'm asking for an adjournment. I did make Mr. Wetstone's grandmother aware of that today too.
People?
Judge, we have no objection to the adjournment given the request by defense to have an independent review of the competency evaluation.
And I have provided a most civil, I'm sorry, I probably say it incorrectly. I don't mean to be disrespectful. I have given her some of the educational records that I have received from his family.
All right, I'll adjourn it to December 6th. Is that a good date? Ms. Woodside?
I'll make that. No, Judge, not. That's can I have the next week?
No, that's too far. About December 5th.
Yeah, I'm outside of homicide trial that week, so I'm being trial Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, for sure. But I'll make it work. I'll jump on.
Judge, I'm also going to be in trial, so if we can just make sure that we are logging in at 8:30, we can handle this pretty quickly in the morning. It just that both parties appear right at 8:30.
Or could you give us? Can you just give us the 11th, Judge? Maybe that Monday.
Ms. Woodside, we're pushing this way too far out.
Okay, just what day you want me to get on?
What days are you at the Bureau?
No, I'll be in trial that week, so I'll be over in Frank Murphy.
Okay. Let's do.
But
Wednesday,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir. Sorry, sir.
Wednesday, December 6th at 8:30.
But I just want to indicate that even if I get the records, I don't know that the report will be ready that fast. We're talking about almost about a week from now. But I'll get on at 8:30.
Maybe a doctor can come testify as opposed to write a report then.
I have no idea what the schedule is, but I certainly will inquire. Okay, that's all.
You continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
I'll call you sis again.
Again, Mr. Nadeau call. What about Miami Bush? For 8:45, that's a little weird.
Okay. What's your name, date of birth? Name, date of birth.
Right.
I know, just.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anybody know?
He's talking to him.
What case is that?
Yes, Raimundo.
Oh, that's not. Come on in, Ms. Colthurst.
Yes, but that may be,
Okay, Madam Interpreter.
Yes, Your Honor.
I think we are going to use you.
Okay.
Is this going to be a waiver? Yes. Okay, so the gentleman that appears on your screen, that is Mr. Rodriguez, right?
This is Mr. Raimundo.
Oh, that's Mr. Raimundo. I'm sorry.
Señor Raimundo, ¿me oye? Yo soy la intérprete de hoy.
Sí. Okay, let me
I asked him if he could hear him. He said he could hear me. And Your Honor, I would need his name and case number if possible, please.
Okay, we're about to give you the case number and name right now. Yes.
Calling case number 2305981001. People of the state of Michigan versus Diaz Raimundo. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2, weapons felony firearm, count 3, domestic violence.
And again, that's Diaz, D-I-A-Z, Raimundo, R-A-Y-M-U-N-D-O, case number 23059810001. Appearances for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Se presentaron, dieron el número de su caso y leyeron sus casos, señor Raimundo. El caso 230598101, 3 cargos que son sobre violencia doméstica y cargos de armas.
And good morning, Judge King. Good morning to your staff. Neighborhood Defender Service, Carrie Martin, P84592, appearing on behalf of Mr. Diaz Gerson Raimundo, who stands to my left.
Y se presentó el abogado que lo está representando, que viene de la Oficina de los Defensores Públicos y dio el número de su licencia.
Today is the date and time set for preliminary examination. Mr. Martin.
We are going
Hoy
to
es el
waive.
día y la fecha para el examen preliminar, señor Martin.
Sir, please raise your right hand.
Por favor, levante la mano derecha, señor Raimundo.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Usted jura y afirma que va a decir la verdad y toda la verdad, solamente la verdad y que lo ayude Dios.
Sí.
Yes.
You can put your,
Puede bajar la
Sir.
mano.
sir, do you understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination?
Señor, ¿usted entiende que usted tiene un derecho de tener el examen preliminar? ¿Entiende?
By waiving the
Yes.
same means you won't have one.
Y si renuncia a esto, entonces no lo tendrá.
And you'll be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court as you stand charged in the complaint form.
Y entonces lo mandan al tercer distrito del condado de Wayne, donde continuará el juicio en su contra.
Do you understand that?
¿Entiende esto?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand the nature and the purpose of a preliminary examination?
¿Usted entiende para qué y por qué se hace un examen preliminar?
Claro. Sí.
Ujú.
You understand if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish
Usted entiende que si tuviera uno, la fiscalía o el lado acusador tendría que establecer
that the crime you're charged with was committed in the city of Detroit,
que el delito que usted lo acusan se cometió en la ciudad de Detroit
and that there's probable cause to believe you committed it.
y que hay causa probable de creer que usted lo cometió.
You understand that?
¿Entiende eso?
Sí, entiendo.
Yes, I understand.
Is anyone forcing you to waive your right to a preliminary examination?
¿Alguien lo ha forzado a que renuncie a poder tener un examen preliminar? Conteste en voz alta, por favor. I asked him to answer that I could hear him, Your Honor. He just nodded his head.
I understood no. He said no.
Okay.
Has anyone promised you anything?
¿Alguien le ha prometido algo? No.
Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily?
Usted está renunciando a ese derecho porque así lo quiere usted.
Soy limpio. Soy conductor.
I am clean. I am.
Sí. Sí.
Yes.
It's clean.
Está limpio, dice usted.
Estoy limpio. Sí.
Yeah, I'm clean.
What's good about his likelihood of success at trial. He understands we've discussed the preliminary exam decision.
Any objection from the people?
No objection, Your Honor.
¿Alguna objeción de parte de la fiscalía? Ella contestó no.
Court finds defendant's waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily and freely given. The court will therefore find the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on the information, date and time will be December 11th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Bond will be continued.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, sir.
Entonces lo van a mandar al condado de Wayne, donde va a continuar el juicio en su contra el 11 de diciembre.
Thank you, Madam Interpreter. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Madam
Thank you, Your Honor. Gracias. And Your Honor, am I free to go then?
I have one more. I'm not sure what happened to the attorney, Mr. Nadeau. Today.
Okay, I have been called to help in another courtroom, but if you would like me, I would stay here.
If you have to go, that's fine. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Have a great day.
You too. Ms. Coulthurst, are you ready?
Good morning, Your Honor. I believe my client has not.
Their client just arrived from the county process and bring it up.
Oh, okay.
They brought them separate.
All right.
Right.
The officer that said she was here. Mr. Wright. Is here. Okay, that's what it is.
Okay.
Then I thought maybe you thought, maybe they had thought that she was.
I just did.
Coulthurst.
Well, no, she didn't.
Take it right back down, so it's vacant for a second.
There.
That's a dismissal.
Yes. I need your.
No, I do not believe that that's what she communicated to me.
No.
There you go, Judge.
I believe that.
Sir. Stand next to your attorney.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes.
Is the interpreter still on Zoom?
No. So,
We need an interpreter to talk to the complaint. The only case I discussed.
that case wasn't dismissed, it was
I
late.
mean, I just.
And that's why I was wondering.
Oh, so she didn't necessarily say she decided.
Yeah, you know that. That's, you know, fine.
You guys are talking in all. We got like 18 cases.
Zero, Rashawn Sheriff.
Yes, sir.
Calling case 2359785, people of the state of Michigan versus Guerrero Shine Max Sherrill. Finished charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 3, domestic violence. The defendant has an official in the fourth offense notice, mandatory 25-year sentence. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Green for the people, number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor and staff. Jennifer Polsterst, P52876. I appear on behalf of Mr. Durashawn Sherrill. Sir, identify yourself.
Durashawn Max Sherrill, sir.
There's a date time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The witness was notified today at the time for the exam. She is not present. I cannot proceed without her testimony today.
Your Honor, the defense will move for dismissal.
So ordered. The court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure.
Hola.
Rodriguez. Talk to him.
Excuse me, ma'am. Close the door, please.
They're doing it. I can bring it out to you if you want. You like that new hire? He's a program builder.
Is it?
Yeah.
That's what they need.
Yeah.
They definitely need that.
He checked from Oregon State. It was like 1 in 10, brought him back to a playoff game. Already.
Like water, please go first. Some folks who better wait. Oh, so one's on this issue. Cheryl just got dismissed, right? Yeah. No, that's fine. You probably won't see that as well. It's great. Whether it's free.
Ready?
I'm gonna get my computer set up with your clients just because I have two in the room that need it. Already doing that. Litigation. Yeah, we're holding. Oh, no, not this, this is my case.
It's right there on the sheet.
Oh. Mr. Nadeau, what time did you have court for?
I have it for 9. I do, please excuse me, I know I'm late. I had 2 different Zooms this morning, and I don't let me late. I actually had to drive down here while I was sitting late. Thank God I made it. But I do apologize, Judge. This is kind of the balance of the Zoom and the live court.
Calling case 2359752, people of the state of Michigan versus Jose Rodriguez. Defendant is charged in count 1 assault, potentially great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2 domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drake to the people, P number 60249.
And Scott Nadeau, P 64316 on behalf of Mr. Rodriguez.
Jose Rodriguez.
He does not speak English very well.
What are you doing today?
Dismissal.
You did use.
Today is the daytime separate preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is not present for the exam today, and I cannot proceed without testimony.
Motion to dismiss, Judge.
So ordered. The court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Right. Yeah, sorry. Rodriguez.
Okay, that's it.
There you go, Judge.
Thank you, sir.
You just need it in the next one.
Ready, Mr. Pope? Darrell Johnson. I'll go get it. On case 2359634, people of the state of Michigan versus Darrell Johnson. Defendant is charged with count one assault with intent to great bodily harm, murder, or by strangulation. Count two assault with a dangerous weapon. Count three domestic violence, second offense notice. Domestic violence and or unwanted assault of a pregnant woman. Second offense notice. Transfers for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Dream for the people, P number 60249.
Your Honor, may it please the song before the folk on behalf of Darrell Johnson. The status of my immediate left, Mr. Johnson, would you state your name for the record? Darrell Johnson.
Today's date, time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm not able to proceed at this time. The complainant was notified of today's date and time for the hearing. She is not present. I cannot proceed without her testimony today.
Based upon that, Judge, we're asking for a dismissal. Of course, at this time, dismissal, at this point in the proceedings will be without prejudice. My client knows and understands that.
So ordered. The court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge, and he's on tether. We're asking that the
Dismissal order should take care of it.
Thank you.
Hi, I have another one for you. Yeah. I think ours is for 10:15. I'm glad you're timely. I was a little late today. Right. Yes, I'm so excited.
Mr. Whiting,
Morning, Judge.
what time did you have me down for, sir?
9:30.
See what time it is?
I've been here.
I, on the other hand, was 10 minutes late, about 10 minutes late, and I do apologize. I asked the street to let the court know I was running from across the street.
Calling case 2359792, State of Michigan versus Danielle Dominique Howell. Defendant is charged in count 1, child abuse, second degree. Defendant has a habitual offender fourth offense notice. Appearances for the record, please.
Your Honor, good morning, Erin Wilmot, PA 208 private hearing on behalf of people. This is for Kenesha Wright. Ms. Holland would be next, so.
Calling case 2359789, State of Michigan versus Kenesha Estella Wright. Defendant is charged in count 1, child abuse, third degree. Appearances for the record.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Erin Wilmot, PA 208 private hearing on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Dennis Whitey, P79560 on behalf of Kenesha Wright, who is present standing to my left. Please state your full name for the record.
Kenesha Estella Wright.
There's a date time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
The people are prepared to proceed, Your Honor. We would ask for a mutual order of sequestration. We do not have an officer in charge here today. There is an individual in the courtroom, Ms. Annette Hall, who is listed in the reports and would be a potential witness, so we would ask that she step out of the courtroom.
Ms. Hall, let me get you to step out until further notice.
I believe this gentleman is fine today.
If there are any other witnesses who may testify today or in a future hearing, please step into the hallway until further notice. Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off at this time. How many witnesses will you?
Your Honor, this is a bit unusual. I had to think of a alternate plan for proceeding with the exam because Ms. Hall did not bring the complainant today. However, I do have 3 witnesses on deck who are ready to testify, and we're able to proceed with those.
How old is the complaint?
14.
Where's the complaint?
It was communicated to me by Ms. Hall that she didn't want to come. However, we do have a responding officer. We have an evidence tech who took photos of the injuries, and we have the detective who interviewed Ms. Wright, and I intend to publish a short portion of her statement. So the people would still like to proceed this way.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. People called Christopher Malaskis, that's Masalskis.
Sir, please step forward. You have your name already. Please raise your right hand. Sir, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat in the witness box next to me. The microphone will be to your left. Maybe give me your right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you situated there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you please state your name again for the record?
Police Officer Christopher Masalskis.
That goes into my next question. What is your occupation?
I'm a police officer at Detroit Police Department, 7th Precinct Patrol. I'm minutes.
How long have you been employed with the Detroit Police Department?
3 years.
I'm going to direct your attention back to the date of November 4th of 2023. Were you dispatched to 1344 East Canfield in Detroit, Michigan?
Yes.
What is located at that address of 1344 East Canfield?
I'm sorry, what is looking?
Is it a business? Is it a house? Something
It's a,
different?
Apartment building.
Were you dispatched to a specific apartment?
Yes, we were dispatched to 1344 Canfield.
Do you recall what time you were dispatched to that location?
I don't.
Was it light out, dark out, something different?
No, it was definitely dark out.
Okay, so you said you worked the night shift, I believe?
Yes, ma'am.
What are your typical hours that you work?
2300 to 07.
Which translates to what on a 12-hour clock?
11 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Oh, thank you. Not good with military time. What was the nature of the dispatch to the address of 1344 East Canfield in Detroit, Michigan?
Child abuse.
Did you go to that location as dispatched to do so?
I did after I was flagged down.
Were you alone or with a partner?
I was with my partner.
What was your partner's name on that night?
Officer Porter.
Porter?
Porter, yes, ma'am.
So tell me, when you arrive at the scene, what's the first thing you do?
So upon arrival to this scene, the eyewitness said that they were at their home, that they observed. Object your statement.
Okay. So you came into contact with someone?
Yes.
Just who was that person?
Person was a witness.
Okay. Do you know where that person lived?
I do not recall their exact address, no.
Did they live in the area or somewhere different?
Yes, they were neighbors, like a house over, so.
Okay. So a neighbor. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So when you arrived, do you speak with this neighbor?
Yes.
And we can't talk about what other people say in court, but after speaking to this neighbor, what action do you take at the scene?
Make the location of 1344 Canfield and stand by the door.
Was the door open or closed?
The door was closed.
Did you hear anything at that time?
I did.
What was it that you were hearing?
Hold your eyes open.
Was that a female or male voice?
It sounded like a female voice.
What do you do at this point?
At this point, I knock on the door and announce my police presence.
Does anybody answer?
No. Not initially. So I knocked the second time, and then someone opened the door.
Okay. Do you recall who opened the door?
I believe it was the defendant's boyfriend.
So it was a male?
Yes, it was a male.
What did that male do when he opened the door?
He opened the door. He stated to me that that she was hitting her with a belt.
Did that male provide his name?
He refused to identify himself.
So what do you do at this point?
At this point, I'm just asking him about the child. The main thing is the safety of the child. Where's the child? Says she's upstairs with her mom. Okay.
Did you enter the house at this point?
Yes, I did.
What did you do when you entered the house?
When I entered the house, I called upstairs to the mom.
Did you know what the mom's name was?
I did not.
So what do you call out to get the mom's attention?
It's like, this is the police, and I need to know where the child is. I need to know the child is safe.
And did anybody finally respond to you?
Yes.
Did you come into contact with any female adults in the house?
So a female adult walked down the stairs, and then I spoke with her. She identified herself as the mom, and I said I needed to see the child. I needed to see that she was safe.
Do you see that person that came down the stairs in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point to that person and describe something that they're wearing?
Blue.
Okay, I didn't see where you're pointing.
Right over here.
Okay.
Blue.
Thank you. Your Honor, please let the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant, Kenesha Wright.
So no.
Did this person that came down the stairs ever give you their name?
The person that came down the stairs, not initially, no.
So do you talk to the defendant at this point?
Well, at this point, on the stairway, they actually went back upstairs and said they were going to get the child and bring him down so we could continue the investigation. This did not happen.
Okay, so what do you do?
So at this point, I've entered into the home. I observed extension cord on the couch, and I also observed the spray can on the couch, and I recovered the can. It appears to be pepper spray based on my knowledge, training, and experience. Then I advance up the stairway, and I see the defendant, Miss Wright, standing in front of the door of the bathroom.
Okay, so do you see anyone else besides Miss Wright at this point?
No, I do not.
Okay, and
And I also heard the shower running as well.
okay, so you heard the shower running in the bathroom?
Yes.
Was the bathroom door open or closed?
The bathroom door was closed.
And Miss Wright's in front of the door, what do you do next?
I asked her, where's the child?
Did she answer you?
Yep, she replied that she's in the bathroom.
At any point, do you see the child?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall what the child's name was?
Not offhand, no, I cannot.
That's okay. Do you recall the age of the child?
Approximately 14 years old.
So tell me how it comes to be that you eventually see the child.
So, I received information the child is in the shower, and, I call into the child from behind the door. The door is closed. I said, is there anybody in there? And I hear subtle voice of a 14, what sounds like a child or a teenager say yes. I was like, at this time, the Miss Wright's mom arrived at the location and was able to get a towel, give it to the child, have her come out. As soon as she opened the door, I could see her eyes completely swollen.
Okay, I just want to stop you right there.
Okay.
Don't get too far ahead of ourselves. So you said another adult ends up making the scene?
Yes, that's correct.
Where's Miss Wright at this point when the other adult makes the scene? Is she still upstairs?
Miss Wright is still upstairs. I instructed Miss Wright to please step aside and stand by with my partner while we continue the investigation.
So now we get to where you make contact with this child. Tell me what you observed when you first see this child.
When I first made contact with the child, I observed her with her head swollen. She was obviously wet. She just gotten out of the shower. Her eyes were like the burning red, and her eyes were swollen up, and she had lacerations on her.
Now, could you see, you said that she was in a towel. Did I get that right?
That is correct.
Could you see any other parts of her body?
Just arms and legs.
So her torso was
Arms, legs, and her face.
Did you notice did you observe anything as it related to her arms or legs?
I did not specifically observe anything related to her arms or legs. That was alarming. Not as much as her face was.
Did you observe any other injuries to her body?
I believe that when Sergeant Goins was in the room with the mom, and I asked her to telegraph her back, she showed me the laceration. I remember seeing the laceration.
Where was the laceration that you saw?
I believe it was on her stomach.
So after you observe this child, what do you do next? What other action do you take at the scene?
At this point, I asked my partner to take Miss Wright downstairs, place her into cuffs, and detain her as we continue our investigation.
Did you make any notifications at that time to
Yes.
any other units?
Yes, notifications were made to our appropriate notification and control and our child abuse unit.
Cross-examine.
Yes, Your Honor. Also, just a few questions to clarify your direct testimony. During the course of your investigation, did you determine what had occurred prior to this alleged incident taking place?
Yes, I was informed that the child was out in the neighborhood and against mom's permission.
Okay. So from your investigation, at least from your initial investigation, there was an issue where mom was trying to discipline their child.
I would say that, yes, that is correct.
Fair enough. Thank you, Judge.
You redirect?
Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Yes, the people call Ellen Zachka, that's Z-A-J-K-A. First name is Ellen, Ellen.
Please step forward and raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box next to me. And again, when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name and occupation?
My name is Ellen Chaika. I work for City of Detroit Crime Scene Services for Detroit Police Department.
How long have you been employed with the Detroit Police Department?
Since May 2nd of 2022.
And you mentioned you're with the crime scene.
Crime Scene Services.
Crime Scene Services. So what are your roles and responsibilities with the Crime Scene Services unit?
So what we do, we document scenes with photography. We collect evidence. Depending on what scene it is, we test for fingerprints and write reports, package evidence, stuff like that.
So basically processing scenes and evidence, everything that comes along with that?
Yes.
Have you been an evidence tech for your entire career with the Detroit Police Department?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention back to November 4th of 2023. Were you asked to take some photographs as a part of an investigation by the Detroit Police Department Child Abuse Unit?
Yes.
Who was it that contacted you to take some photographs?
Detective Dent, Child Abuse.
What specifically were you asked to photograph?
I was asked to photograph her right arm, her right shoulder, her chest and stomach area, and her back.
Okay, so you're saying her, so you were asked to photograph a human?
Yes.
Okay, was this an adult, a child, something different?
A child.
Do you know how old she was?
Her birthday is 9/19/09.
That would make her 14 years old?
Yes.
So you were asked to photograph her body?
Yes.
Where were you when you took photographs?
We were at the TPSH, the Detroit Public Safety Headquarters on the 5th floor. We went into the women's bathroom to photograph her.
Do you recall what time of day that was?
I arrived there around 11:40 in the morning. I left around 12:10 p.m.
And was that actually on November 4th or was that?
Yes, that was on November 4th.
I'd like to show you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 1 through 8. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you. I'm gonna have you look at all of these. I'm showing you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 1 through 8. Can you take a look at each one of those and then just look up at me when you're done looking at them? Now, do you remember the name of the child?
I think it was Janiyah Wright.
Did you take a look at all of these of people's proposed 1 through 8?
Yes.
Can you tell me what these are?
Those are photographs of Janiyah Wright and her injuries.
Who took these photographs?
I did.
And are these photographs a true and accurate depiction of what Janiyah Wright looked like when you photographed her on November 4th of 2023?
Yes.
Does it appear that these photographs have been altered in any way?
No.
Move to admit people's 1 through 8.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Admitted?
Permission to publish?
Yes, please.
Did you take any other photographs pertaining to this investigation?
No, I did not.
Did you assist in the investigation in any other capacity?
No.
Nothing further, thank you.
Cross-examine.
Morning.
Morning.
Just a few questions again to clarify your testimony. I'm direct. When you took these pictures, I believe you stated it was between 11:40 a.m. and noon time?
Around 12:10.
Okay. Do you recall when this incident took place?
I was not provided with that information.
Okay. So as an evidence technician, you would agree with me that the photos that you took at around noon that day these injuries could appear different 10 hours prior, correct?
Correct.
And a lot of times, because at least in your training experience, injuries tend to, once they get a little older, they start
Your
forming.
Honor, objection, that is outside of scope of this witness's expertise. The nature of injuries.
Sustained.
Okay, and I'll just back up then. Do you have any training with regard to injuries, or how they appear, anything like that?
I have prior training in first aid.
Okay, first aid
That's my
training.
extent.
Okay, fair enough. But ultimately, you'd agree with me that the pictures when you took them at noon could be different than 2 a.m. the night before.
I suppose.
Well, again, Your Honor, objection, that calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Okay, fair enough.
Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next witness, please.
Do people call them middle? Biddle. Whoop, wrong way. There you go.
Please raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat in the witness box next to me.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name and occupation?
Ben Biddle, detective for the Detroit Police Department,
How long have you been with the Detroit Police Department?
26 years.
Are you employed within a specific unit within the Detroit Police Department?
Special Victims Unit, Child Abuse,
How long have you been with the Child Abuse Unit?
24 years.
The 24 out of your 26 years?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been a detective?
11.
I'm going to direct your attention back to November 4th of 2023. Were you involved in an investigation regarding an individual by the name of Kenesha Wright?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the nature of that investigation?
It was a child abuse investigation of a juvenile that was looked by a parent.
Okay. And do you recall where that incident is alleged to have occurred?
No, ma'am.
If I show you a copy of the investigator's report, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach the witness?
Okay.
Thank you. Take a look at this and let me know if that refreshes your recollection as to the location.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you, do you now recall where the location of the incident is alleged to have occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, where was that?
1344 Campfield Street in the city of Detroit.
Do you recall the name of the child involved in this investigation?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, are you the officer in charge of this investigation?
No, ma'am.
You're not. So if I show you a copy of the investigator's report, will that refresh your recollection? May I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall the name of the child?
Yes, ma'am.
And the age?
Jamil Wright, age 14.
Okay. Now, you said you were involved in this investigation with a person by the name of Kenesha Wright. What was the relationship of Kenesha Wright to Janiyah Wright?
The child's mother.
And who is the officer in charge of this investigation?
Corporal Siobhan.
Now, did you assist Corporal Siobhan Young in the investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do to assist her in the investigation?
I took a statement from the defendant. Child mother.
Okay, so that would be Kenesha Wright?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times did you interview Ms. Wright?
Once.
Do you see that person by the name of Kenesha Wright in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you point to that person and describe something that she's wearing?
Female with the blue sweatshirt on, a blue sweater, to my right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please let the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant, Kenesha Wright.
So moved.
Now, do you recall when you interviewed her? Did you interview her on that same day of November 4th?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that, do you recall what time of day?
I think it was an afternoon time.
Light out time?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did you interview her?
At the Detroit Detention Center.
Was she under arrest at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you advise her of anything prior to speaking with her?
Vice of her constitutional rights.
And when you advise a individual of their constitutional rights, do you use a form?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have, did you have Ms. Wright read any of those rights aloud?
I had to read the first one out loud to me.
Did she have any difficulty reading that first right out loud to you?
No, ma'am.
And then what do you do as it relates to the other rights?
I have her read each one of them, so if she has any questions, concerns, let me know. Initial each one of them, she's understanding, sign, date, for the time.
Did you follow that process with Kenesha Wright?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
And did you ask Ms. Wright if she understood those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
What did she indicate?
She signed, date, for the time.
Okay. Did Ms. Wright appear to be under the influence of any alcohol or drugs?
No, ma'am.
Did Ms. Wright appear to have a lack of sleep?
No, ma'am.
Was Ms. Wright deprived of any food or water?
Not to my knowledge.
At any point, did Ms. Wright ask you for an attorney?
No, ma'am.
At any point, did Ms. Wright say that she did not want to speak with you?
No, ma'am.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 9. May I approach the witness?
Right.
I'm showing you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 9. Can you take a look at that and tell me what we're looking at?
Constitutes rights or certificate of notification.
Okay, and this form has some information on it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I see something at the top right there. What is that?
It's Ms. Wright's name, date of birth.
Okay, so is this the form that you used before you spoke with Ms. Wright on November 4th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
There's some initials next to each number here on the side. Whose initials are those?
Those are the initials of Ms. Wright.
Okay, Ms. Wright initialed those?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I see a signature here.
Yes, ma'am.
Whose signature is that?
That'd be Ms. Wright's.
Okay, so you personally observed her sign this form?
Yes, ma'am.
And then whose signature is here at the very bottom?
That'd be my signature.
And is this a true and accurate depiction of the advice of rights form that you went over with and had Ms. Wright initial and sign prior to speaking with her on November 4th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Move to admit people sign.
Any objection? No objection.
Permission to publish.
Yes.
At this time, I will turn over this witness to defense for voir dire as to the voluntariness of Ms. Wright's statement.
Your Honor, for purposes of the exam, we believe that the criteria is met.
I'll make a finding that the statement was normally involuntary. You may proceed.
Thank you. Was the interview that you conducted with Kenesha Wright video recorded?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know if the officer in charge did provide that video to the prosecutor's office?
Yes, she did.
So I want to show you on the screen what's been marked as people's proposed 10. I am. Oh.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sharing screen for the record. Sharing the sound. Can you see that screen?
Yes, ma'am.
At the middle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you recognize anyone on that screen?
Yes, ma'am. That'd be myself and Ms. Wright.
Okay, and what is this?
It's an interrogation at the GDC.
So this was the interview that you conducted with Ms. Wright on November 4th of 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
And prior to coming to court today, are you aware of any alterations, deletions, anything that was changed as it relates to this video?
No, ma'am.
And I just want to ask you at the bottom, I know it's probably hard to see, but there's in blue at the bottom right there, it looks to be some numbers. You know what that is that the time, if it's? You can't see that, okay. It says, I have it paused at 12:19:31 in PM.
Okay.
Would that typically reflect the time
Yes, ma'am.
of the interview? People would move to admit people's 10.
Objection for exam purposes.
Admitted.
And I'm going to publish, I hope I have the sound working here. I'm going to publish at 12:19:31 seconds PM, just to make sure the sound is working, and I'm going to publish about 2 minutes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I will make a record of when I stop.
His name, I thought he was lying. I'm like, what kind of sick game you playing? Because I never knew that my daughter was out here doing all this shit. So it bothered me. So she ended up telling me.
When she got there yesterday, you said you was dropped the pepper spray and started hitting her with a belt.
I started hitting her with a belt.
How many times you hit her with the belt?
I don't know.
You don't know, just kept hitting her?
I just kept
What happened after you got done hitting her with the belt?
And I got done hitting her with the belt, the police was at the door.
After you got done?
Yeah.
Alright.
I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. Did you let them in?
Yeah.
Alright. And did Josh ever hit her?
No.
Right.
It was just me.
Was her clothes on or off when you was hitting her?
She didn't have on no clothes. Her jacket was off.
Her jacket was off?
Did
she have a shirt on or anything?
She didn't have no shirt on. It was just her titties and a jacket with the leggings on. So that's why I said, that's why it
That's all
would
she had
actually
on?
look like that.
Did you rip her jacket off of her?
I didn't rip her jacket off first. She took it off.
Why'd she take it
I'm
off?
like, let me see what you got on.
Cause you asked her?
Yeah. Well, you outside at 1 o'clock in the morning. Let me see what you got on. If you was just at the park chilling with somebody, you feel me? And why is you even at a park at 1 o'clock in the morning? If this nigga really fucking with you, you could talk to him on the phone at 1 o'clock, not go meet the nigga that you just met. She like, I just met him 2 days ago on Instagram, but you just told me that she told you she been to him. What she told me is that she just met him, so I'm just thinking the words like, so you meet a nigga and then you go meet up with him at a park at 1 o'clock in the morning. Do you not understand what we just talked about when you told me about how you was having sex and how you been sneaking out of the house and all that? So you making the situation worse.
You ever hit her with your fist?
No.
You ever sock her anywhere?
I think
you hit her with your hands.
I hit her with my hands.
Where you hit her with your hands at?
In her head.
In her head. How many times you hit her?
I don't know how many times I hit her. I hit her like 4 or 5 times, but Josh was holding both of us back. He was holding me back.
He trying to break it up?
Yeah, he was breaking it up. He was getting me off of her, and then every time he'll hold her back or she'll run, I just grab the belt and whack it. And every time I whack her, it's gonna be a bruise on her.
All the injuries on your daughter, did you cause all those injuries? The whip marks and all that, did you cause those injuries? That's a yes or no?
Yes. That's a yes. I'm sorry.
And you hit her with it, and then you said it was a belt. Was it a extension cord or was it a belt?
It was a belt.
It's a belt.
Yeah. I whooped her very bad. I can't admit and I was wrong for that, but that was my way of trying to discipline her because she continued to do this shit, and I just want her to be safe because I feel like if anything that happens to you, I'm sitting at home sleeping in my house thinking that my daughter in her room sleep. And for me to find out that you outside at 4 o'clock in the morning with some niggas that you don't even know nothing about, can't tell me their first name, last name, I don't even know where they stay. You barely know them in my eyes. So in my eyes, you can get trafficked, you can get kidnapped, anything. I'm thinking of the worst.
You just scared about it.
Yeah, I'm more so scared, but I was frustrated.
I always tell parents this, you go to that higher level, but it's defeating the purpose if you go into that high level putting excessive force on them. So because now 2 wrongs is
don't make it right. It's making me look crazy.
Because we could have settled this easier by
12:22 and 38 seconds p.m. Detective Biddle, did you assist in the investigation in any other capacity?
No, ma'am.
Nothing.
Cross-exam.
I'm stopping share for the record, Your Honor.
Okay.
Detective, just a few questions, okay?
Yes, sir.
From the course of your investigation, you determined that my client was attempting to discipline her child, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And during the course of your investigation, you were able to determine that this minor child was out at all hours of the night, correct?
Yes, sir.
That she potentially was having sex with unknown males, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
From your investigation, her mom was worried about her peers.
Yes, sir.
I did hear this cry, I just want to confirm for the record, but when you asked about extension cords, my client did deny that, correct?
Yes, sir.
The only thing she admits to, especially in that video, is that she did hit her with a belt in response to her daughter being out at night.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
I just want to clarify, during your interview that we just saw, she also talked about hitting her in the head.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Right, so that was another thing that she admitted to?
Yes, ma'am.
Not just the belt?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing true.
Thank you, sir. You may start. Any other witnesses for the people?
None.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
None, Judge.
Speak.
Your Honor, the people do move for bind over in this case as charged. Ms. Wright is charged with child abuse in the 3rd degree for the injuries she inflicted on her 14-year-old daughter, Janiyah Wright. The court heard the testimony, saw the photographs. Obviously, the people are anticipating that the defense is going to bring up reasonable discipline, but I'm certain that the injuries in those photos are not reasonable. The entirety of her torso just torn up, blood showing, it's exposed. Her entire back is marked up. Both of her arms are marked up. On top of that, her eyes are swollen from being maced. And Ms. Wright admitted to also hitting her in the head with her hands multiple times as well. Yes, teenagers need to be disciplined, but Your Honor, the people submit that based on the evidence that the has been presented to this court today, specifically those pictures, that is not reasonable. So we wouldn't provide over as charged.
Mr. Wright?
And Judge, prosecutor read my mind, of course, it was obvious, but from the evidence that was displayed here in court today, we have a child who's out at all hours of the night. This is not the first time. Mom is obviously frustrated with her, and she obviously loves her and cares about her. She stated on the video. She's trying to reasonably discipline her child. She says, man, looking back, maybe I went too far. She did say that right in the video. She's not trying to take from that. But at the same time, Judge, what we have is we have a 14-year-old who is of sufficient age to show up in court today, who did not want to show up in court today, who did not testify.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that. There's no evidence of the record as to the reasons that she didn't show up in court.
I don't think it's relevant.
Okay. And beyond that, Judge, one thing I do need to point out from the people's argument is that this child was supposed to be maced in the face. There's no testimony as to that. There was a mace can that the officer believed was a mace can found downstairs, but not that mace was used. The only thing that is in here is slaps to the head, of course, and the belt. Judge, just given that, we believe that it is a parent's reasonable right to discipline her child. This is what my client did. This is what she knew, and we believe that this should not be bound over based on that.
Your Honor, just the responding officer did testify when he approached the house. He heard a female voice saying, "Open your eyes," and then saw the mace can there. I think we circumstantially can draw a conclusion when you see the photographs of the redness in her eyes. That's all I got. Thank you.
All right. So this reaffirms how good God is to me that He didn't bless me with daughters, bless me with sons instead. I feel for the young lady that's charged with this crime before the court because she's kind of almost in a no-win situation in that she has a teenage daughter that sounds like she's kind of out of control. She's only 14 years old. She's out at 4 o'clock in the morning. She's having sex with multiple people. So the court can certainly understand mom's reasoning for wanting to discipline her child. But I think even mom would concede that the discipline that she used went a bit overboard, particularly in exhibits 6, 7, and 8. It shows these extensive webs all over her body and all over her chest, her stomach. And not only are there webs, there's broken skin. So all the people have to show for child abuse third degree is that she knowingly and intentionally caused physical harm to her child. And I don't think there's any denying, looking at these photos, that physical harm was caused to the child, and she admitted in the video that she intended to do it. Although there's a fine line between abuse and discipline. This went a bit overboard. But let me also say, I understand, I feel your pain. Court finds that people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint warrant. Court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this commitment. Then it will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for proceedings. Her arraignment on the information, the date and time will be December 11th, 2023 at 9 o'clock a.m. Bond will be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And may I have a moment before my next exam? I just got a text from one of my witnesses and reach out to them.
All right, your exhibits are.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, Your Honor, this is Attorney Rob McCoy back on Ernest Brockman. He raised another bond issue that that we wanted to address. I did send a text to Ms. Drain. I haven't heard back. But he said he has a bond issue. I do have an 11 o'clock as well. I explained to him.
What's the bond issue?
He said that he's under tether and it has him, he said permits him to go to work from 2 to 12 a.m., but he needs to be able to get permission to go to Secretary of State today at 1 o'clock to get plates for his vehicle.
You have an issue with that? All right, look over a stipulated order to that.
Okay, you said stipulated order. What's the email?
CR234 at 36districtcourt.org.
Okay. Chambers 6th District Court.org. Okay, and you said CTR234?
CTRM.
Oh, I didn't hear the M. Okay, CTRM234 at 36districtcourt.org.
36TH District Court.
Oh, okay, because I'm like, I want to make sure I have everything. Okay, all right, I'll send it over. Thank you, Your Honor.
Is Mr. Eastman?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you ready to proceed on Eastman? Sure.
No, Judge.
Right, sir.
Calling case 2359664, people of the state of Michigan versus Kayshawn Isaiah Eastman. Defendant is charged in count of assault with intent to rape, bodily harm, less than murder, or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence. He also has case 2359665, charged in count 1, assault with intent to rape, bodily harm, less than murder, or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drake for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. Lisa Frederick, 53372, appearing on behalf of Mr. Eastman, who's also present to my left.
Why does he have two separate cases involving the same claim on the same day at the same location?
What has occurred, according to the discovery I received, is that these incidences are 10 days apart.
It looks like the date of offense on one is October 17, 2023. Oh, October 7th. All right. There's a date time set for their examination in both matters. Are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm not able to. So this matter was, November 13th. I complained and stated before that she was to appear in the court. I called her and I told her an issue came up. We will not be having the exam today, and I gave her the new date of today's date, November 27th at 10:30. I have that documented, Your Honor, in my notes on November 13th. I gave her the date myself. She is not present and is not. I can't answer her why she was notified. I can't see how.
Thank you for that. While Your Honor, I ask that the court dismiss as to both matters. For the people's failure to produce a complaining witness.
So, or court will dismiss both matters without prejudice.
Your Honor, in addition to executing the dismissal on behalf of Mr. Eastman, as to both, can Your Honor indicate on one or both that we need to have the review?
Dismissal order should take care of that. So
Okay.
I need you to prepare the dismissal.
Will do.
So we have poor Ms. Walker, who's been sitting here all morning waiting for Ms. Woodson. What is the private ROA statement? That doesn't look right. Schedule 8:45.
It's like they adjourned that for another PCC on December 1st.
December 1st.
Brittany Walker.
Yes. It was our formal.
One way, it looks like they set that for an exam on December 20th.
Oh, we need to contact him. They told me about that.
Oh.
Let's contact Mr. Man and change that. Might be. That's back on the calendar. Wayne County Jail. Say what date, December 4th.
December 1st.
Ms. Walker, your next court date is December 1st. That's why your attorney hasn't appeared here today.
Hold on, let me turn up the thing. What'd you say, sir?
Your next court date is December 1st. That's why your attorney hasn't appeared today.
I have to ask for
adjournment, I just got.
Reason something?
Sir,
Who's looking at you?
you're all set, man.
I don't
You're all
know.
set. December 1st is your next court date.
I can't hear you. It messed up.
December 1st is your next court date.
I don't know what that is. It keeps freezing.
That's the next part of your thing.
I don't know. I didn't hear nothing he said.
I said December 1st is your next court date.
So I'm still here today?
No, you're not gonna stay here to, oh yeah, you're gonna be there in Kent County Jail, yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
Have a good day. Your birthday is when?
On Friday, December 1st.
Is it really?
And I'm getting sworn in tomorrow. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Who's swearing you in?
Judge Cobb.
Just Cobb?
Witness issue, no. You know, I would have figured out, and tried to figure out an alternate plan for this one too, but.
Excuse me, Judge King.
Yes, sir.
So that's all we have for you from this floor.
All right, thank you very much. Have a good day, sir.
You too, sir.
Where did Mr. Briggins go?
Talk to his client.
Oh. Good morning, Judge. Good morning.
You watch them while I call the jail? I need to go to bed tonight.
That's a lot. You got 18. You doing on that case, sir? He was fine right here. Just so you know.
Denise Lewis. Calling case 2359753, for the state of Michigan versus Denise Lewis. Defendant is charged in count 1 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2 domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please this court, Gabrielle Pruitt requesting permission of practice under Court Rule 8.210 under the supervision of APA Aaron Wilmot.
Permission granted.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Yvette there, E5 8142, on behalf of
Today's date, time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, the complaining witness in this case is not present. He was notified and the people are unable to do that.
Your Honor, at this time, the brief proceeding order before.
So ordered. The court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did you do a dismissal?
I filled it out.
Okay.
I don't know the word phenom.
Start with it, what?
No.
I'm just messing with you. I mean, I'm matching your helmet. I'm matching your helmet.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So that's just a lot.
Okay, ready on Danielle Holland?
Yes, Your Honor.
Calling case 2359792 for the state of Michigan versus Danielle Dominique Holland. Defendant is charged in count 1 child abuse, 2nd degree. Defendant has an additional offender for offense.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Quiet, please. Excuse me, I'm on the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Aaron Good morning, Your Honor. Erin Bowman, C82085, appearing on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff, Neighborhood Business Services, by Ken Reagan, P82125, on behalf of Ms. Holland. Holland, please state your name for the record, please.
Danielle.
It is date, time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, the people are not able to proceed today. I am requesting an adjournment in this matter. If I could just make a brief record as to why the people can't proceed. So this case involves obviously child abuse second degree charge, and it involves a video being sent to the aunt of the complaining witness, who was 2 years old at the time. The allegations involve that video depicts Ms. Holland pushing 2-year-old Christian's head into water with the faucet running. And she sent this video to the sister of the child's father. That's just kind of a synopsis so the court understands why this witness is essential. Her name is Monique Gilmore. She contacted the police, provided that video to the police, and she was subpoenaed to be here today. I spoke with her on Wednesday. She was served a subpoena, confirmed she was gonna be here, and when I showed up today, I didn't see her out there, so I sent a text message asking if she was on her way to court. And I'll just let you know the response I received. Oh my God, exclamation point. Miss Erin, I took some cough medicine and dozed off. I'm so terribly sorry if I missed the hearing. I've been trying to nurse myself back to health. I'm terribly sorry. I tried to call her and didn't answer, so I sent a text back stating, a subpoena is not a request. It's a court order. I have not gotten a response. There may be some influence from the father of the child as it relates to the aunt and her not appearing. I'm going to investigate that. Detective Biddle is here, so my intention was to admit the video of the incident through this witness who received it, provided it to police, who really was the start of this whole investigation. And I'm not trying to be long-winded, but I just want the court to understand. And then I intended to put on Detective Biddle, who did an interview with Ms. Holland to publish some things that she said during that interview. As the court knows, Detective Biddle is here today. Ms. Gilmore is not. I am requesting one adjournment to allow me the opportunity to facilitate getting Ms. Gilmore here, and the understanding that I can and will ask for a witness detainer. The people would intend to also refile this case due to the serious nature of the allegations.
Your Honor, I think Ms. Gilmore stated it correctly. Ms. Gilmore is absolutely essential. Without Ms. Gilmore, we don't have contact with police. We have a video that is an abstract that has no context, that doesn't say anything. Ms. Gilmore starts the investigation, she relays the video, she gives the context to the police that starts the investigation that puts my client here. So that witness is absolutely essential. That witness, she said that she is not here. Being under the weather, I don't understand what that means, Your Honor. Not that it matters. I've been sick for the last couple of days. I made it here 14 times. My client is here. My client is ready for a preliminary examination. If people are not ready to proceed, I'm moving for dismissal.
All right, so the situation is, however, that the witness was subpoenaed to be here. And people had no idea that she would not appear as she has been directed by the court subpoena. And I've also been told that they are going to seek a witness detainer. That would be the only way I was granted an adjournment if the court was to issue a witness detainer, finding good cause for the adjournment. And that being the case, I can adjourn this matter to House Friday, December 1st.
That would be this Friday, correct?
Yes.
I should be done with my trial. What time are you looking at, Your Honor?
I can do 10 o'clock. Does that work for you, Mr. Riggins?
No, I have a final conference at 10 o'clock. I am due here after that. I have an 11:30 preliminary exam with you. So anytime right before that or right after that preliminary exam.
Let's do. Let's do December 1st at 11 o'clock.
That works for the people.
Again, the court finding good cause for the adjournment, I'll be expecting to obtain sometime today as well.
Am I able to email that over, or do I have to bring it over?
I think you can, yeah, because I think you have to do something.
I have to
with
do
that
something
last time.
downstairs. Yeah, it's been a minute. It will be handled, Judge. I think I have to get a case number before I bring it up to you. I'm sorry, that was 11 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks again.
Thank you. So.
Okay. Do you have an email for someone down there? I have to walk back over. I'll ask before I leave. I'll go down there.
No, they actually create the email that also. We'll see sign off.
Yes. Yes. Push out that side, so we can,
Oh, yeah.
Are you Jimmy Kenneth?
But that's not good at seeing the different aspects of each case by case. Hold on. I know that every case is different. Yeah, so we can talk.
Jimmy Tenner, calling case 2359770, people of the state of Michigan versus Jimmy Lee Tenner. Defendant is charged in count 1 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 3 domestic violence. Here's the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please this court, Gabrielle Pruitt, requesting permission to practice under court rule 8.210 under the supervision of APA Shelley Green.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Judge.
And good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff. Neighborhood Defender Services by Ken Riggin, P82125. On behalf of Mr. Jimmy Tenner. Tenner, can you state your name for the record, please? Jimmy Tenner.
Right, there's a date time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, the complaining witness in this case is a Miss Desiree Matthews. She is not present and the people are unable to proceed without her testimony.
Your Honor, I move this case be dismissed without prejudice.
So order, court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Judge.
And Your Honor, my client has a tether on.
The dismissal order should take care of it. Ms. Pruitt, when I'm on the record, I don't want to hear any of you guys out there. Understood?
I understand.
Are you guys doing what you want to do?
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. LeBlanc. Have a good day.
You too.
That's right, there's my Ken Riggins. That's right. I was all for sure, but I had fun of the warm. After sick.
This last one, I'm catching an L, so whatever you call it.
What?
I'm catching the L on this one. And, I was ready to fight off. That's the important part. I was ready to be my.
On case 2359783, People State of Michigan versus Kelly Charles Moses. Defendant is charged with count one assault contingent rape bodily harm less than murder by strangulation. Count two domestic violence, third offense. Third offense noted. For the record.
Good morning, Your Honor, and may I please support Gabrielle Pruitt requesting permission to practice under court rule 8.210 under the supervision of APA Shelley Grant.
Commissioner Grant.
Just let me double check. I think he's in custody.
Oh, is it?
Let me double check.
That's me. That's.
Let me just double check. Downstairs. Very much.
It's here.
I can tell you that.
Can you hear it? Have another one for Mr. Ribbons.
That, yes,
He was quite the one-stop shop today, right?
you were. All right, and thank you, I am done, I am going home.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Right.
All right.
Are you ready on business?
She went out to grab me. It's not.
Your communication is better.
Destiny Lucas. Calling case 2359795, people of the state of Michigan versus Destiny Morel Lucas. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2 assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 3 aggravated domestic violence. Defendant has an additional offender section. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Madison Oro, pursuant to MCR 8.20, requesting under the supervision of Attorney Shelby, requesting permission to practice under that court.
Commissioner Green.
Good morning, Your Honor. Terrell Locke, RP 86077, on behalf of the defendant, the president stands to my left. Madam, state your name for the record.
There's a date time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, the complaining witness in this case is not present today, so we are unable to proceed.
Your Honor, based on that, we move to dismiss the charges against my client.
So ordered. The court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you.
If you want to bring it up, so you just probably be a few minutes to touch up away.
Fine.
Yeah, line.
There you go.
Brad, please step in.
Name and date of birth, sir. Sit down. All right.
There's another one of these, somebody else has it, but it was on the second page.
Check on the right side.
Yeah, there is, thank you. Do you have a burn bin or a shred box or something? Those usually trash.
Yes, sir. Come on, we go.
Martez Lyons, calling case 2359829, for the state of Michigan versus Martez Lyons. Defendant is charged in count 1, unlawful imprisonment, count 2, domestic violence. Defendant has an additional offender second offense notice.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drinking, people, number 60249.
Good morning, Judge, to and your staff, Cody Bradford, Neighborhood Defender Service, P85944. Here on behalf of Mr. Lyons, who is present from the Wayne County Jail.
Tell me your name for the record, Susan.
Martez Lyons.
Today's the date, time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, is not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness was notified of today's date and time for the exam. She is not present and I cannot proceed without her testimony.
Judge, I request to be dismissed without prejudice at this time.
So, or dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Judge.
Sir.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'll just-
Good morning. How you doing?
That is correct.
Hey, can't got you yet?
Yes, she's right here,
Okay.
but this is the we have a complaint with.
Sorry. Howell too.
Can you let me know when he's up?
Sure,
Thank you.
they're coming.
All right.
Good, how are you? I wanted to give this to you. I don't know if you received it before. It's the same, I think it was included in, no, okay. I won't be admitting the same, but I wanted you to have it. And I actually, I didn't have your email address, so that's why.
Couple dismissals. What
And then the last, that I will get you just because of his, DNA. I don't know if they've done competition yet, because it was a match to, I just wanted to at least, just you that maybe you have a part, I can take your email and send you whatever else is necessary.
Thank you.
Right, name and date of birth, sir.
Marlon, the mayor of
Date of birth.
January 30th, 1980.
That's it.
He was adamant that the complaining witness wasn't coming and she's here. Good morning, Miss Anita. She's here.
Only 2255493, people of the state of Michigan versus Marlon Jamel Howell. Defendant is charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree during felony. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, first degree during felony. Count 3, criminal sexual conduct, first degree during felony. Count 4, home invasion, first degree. Count 5, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 6, knowingly assaulting or assault and battery of a pregnant woman. And it has a habitual and the third offense. Chances for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Stoneham speaking on behalf of people, P 83923.
Good morning, if this is honorable court, Kathleen Sharif, 71454. I'm here on behalf of Mr. Howell, who's present, standing to my left.
Tell me your name for the record, sir. Here's the date and time set for the preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge, the people are ready to proceed.
How many witnesses will there be?
One witness.
Do you have any preliminary matters?
Judge, I could also do this at the end, but I'm just going to be admitting the lab reports through MCL 766.11B, specifically small d in regards to DNA that was collected.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor, she tendered the reports this morning.
Admitted.
Thank you. Sorry.
Yes, Judge, the people call Aaron Alred.
MOSISYA. Sorry, MOSISYA.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud and speak to the microphone is to the left. Let's put it up. Maybe begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
It's Aaron Allred, ERINALLRED.
Thank you, Aaron. I'm going to ask you several questions. I just ask that you verbalize all your questions, no or uh-huhs, okay? Because everything is being picked up by the court reporter. Thank you. Aaron, back in September of 2021, where were you residing?
8820 Mansfield in Detroit, Michigan.
Okay, and is that in Wayne County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Back on September 23rd of that year in 2021 at that location, did something happen to you?
Yes,
Okay, very briefly, can you state what happened to you?
I was sexually assaulted.
Okay, and do you see the individual that sexually assaulted you in the courtroom today?
Yes,
Can you please identify what he is wearing or where he is sitting?
he's sitting to your right in the green jumpsuit.
Okay, would that be, I'm sorry, to my left?
To your left.
Okay. Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
So noted.
Thank you. And Aaron, at the time, when the incident occurred, did you know, the defendant by his name, Marlon Howell?
No.
Okay. But that is the person that, sexually assaulted you on September 23rd?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you at the time know this person in any other capacity?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know him?
He lived across the hall from me.
Okay, and when you say across the hall, what building are you referring to? Or what address?
8820 Mansfield, second floor.
Okay, thank you. And back in September of 2021, do you recall whether or not he was still living on that floor?
No, ma'am.
Okay, but prior to September 23rd, he was residing in that building?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And back on September 23rd, was anyone else living with you at that residence?
My daughter.
And how old was your daughter at the time?
She was 1.5.
And can you just provide only her first name, please?
Nevaeh.
Thank you. Can you describe what the layout of your apartment looked like at the time?
When you walk in, there was the living room, and then to the left, there's the kitchen and the bathroom. There's a bedroom in the back of the hallway, and there's a bedroom to the right, which was the one that I was living in.
Okay, so it was a 2-bedroom apartment?
Yes.
Okay, and when you said the one that you were sleeping in, did you and your daughter sleep in separate rooms or the same room?
We slept in the same room.
Okay. And which bedroom was that in relation to the door?
There was the door that was on, there was the bedroom that was on the right side.
Okay, and I'm sorry, let me actually clarify my question. Which bedroom was it closest to the main entrance door?
It was closest to the main entrance.
Okay. Do you recall back on September 23rd whether or not you would have locked your main entrance door that evening?
Yes, I locked my door.
Okay, can you describe what your the lock system was of your door?
It was the bottom lock, and I don't think there was a top lock.
Okay, did it involve, or what did you need to use to unlock your door?
We needed a key to open it.
Okay. Do you recall back in September of 2021 whether or not you had given that key to the defendant, Mr. Howell?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And so the evening of September 23rd, what do you recall happening that evening?
Me and my daughter, I was awake with my daughter, we fell asleep probably around maybe 11 or 12. I was woken up around 1 or 2, and because I thought somebody was watching me, I looked back and see somebody behind me. I looked back and I see that there was somebody behind me. I slid back down because I thought I was dreaming, I was still sleeping, and that's when I felt somebody rubbing on my back, and I told him to get off of me. I told him to stop touching me, get out of my apartment, and that's when.
So I'm just gonna stop you right there just to go over some of the stuff that you mentioned, okay? When you said that you saw somebody, which bedroom were you sleeping in?
I was sleeping in the room that was closest to me.
Okay, and were you sleeping on anything?
I had to sleep on the air mattress with my daughter because she was scared to sleep alone.
Okay, and so when you saw somebody, did you describe to the court what it is that you thought you were seeing at the time?
I didn't realize that there was somebody actually behind me. I thought I was kind of dreaming.
Okay, and just to clarify, did you allow anyone to enter your home that evening?
No, ma'am.
When you went to bed, who was in your house?
Me and my daughter.
So when you woke up, was someone else there?
Yes.
Okay, and what was he doing when you initially woke up?
He was rubbing on my back, and staring at me.
Okay, at that time, did you know who that person was?
I knew it was the man that was across the hall.
Okay, and what made you think that it was him?
Because I knew the place I talked to him.
Okay, and what, if anything, was he saying to you at that time?
He told me let me have sex with you, and I told him no. That's when he snapped me, and that's when I had to kick him off of me and try to cut him off of me, and that's when he started choking me.
Okay, so I just want to break down a few of the things that you mentioned, okay? So you said he indicated, let me have sex with you?
Yes.
Okay, and what was your response to that?
I said no.
Okay, at any point, did you ask him to leave your apartment?
I told him to get out.
Okay, and at this point, can you describe how his body is positioned compared to yours?
I was laying down on my right side, and he was on his knees, and he smacked me, and I tried to pick him off of me, and that's when he threw me to the ground and started choking me.
Okay.
And
when he smacked you, what part of his body made contact with your body?
His hand made contact with my face.
Okay, did that cause any injury to your face?
It caused me a little bit of jaw pain for about a week or two.
Okay, did that that contact, when you say smack, I can assume what that means. Can you describe what part of his body he was using to smack you?
His right hand on his left side of my face.
Okay, and when it made contact with your face, did it make contact with any other part of your face? For instance, your nose, your mouth, or something else?
Probably my mouth. My mouth was busted.
Okay, what do you mean your mouth was busted?
My mouth was bleeding.
Okay, and that was directly from the smack on your face?
Yes.
Okay, and then you indicated that he had, or let me ask you this, what did he do next after that?
I tried to kick him off of me, and he kept trying to grab me. He kept trying to pull my pants off, while I was trying to kick him off of me. And, my daughter woke up.
Okay.
When that happened, that's what woke her up initially.
Okay, and so, prior to that, though, I think you mentioned that he had choked you?
Yes, he choked me. He choked me when my daughter woke up.
Okay.
He started choking me, and that's when I passed out, and I was blacked out. I didn't pass out, I blacked out.
Okay, so let me ask you a few questions as it relates to that. When you use the word choking, what part of his body made contact with yours?
Both of his hands were around me.
Okay, and so can you describe how he was positioned compared to you?
I was laying down and he was on top of me choking me.
Okay, and so when his hands were around your neck, did that impact your ability to breathe?
It hurt to swallow for about a week or two.
Okay, but did that impact your ability to breathe?
Objection has been answered.
Can I hear the answer?
Yeah.
Thank you, Judge, because I don't think she answered the question, thank you. And how did it impact your ability to breathe?
I blacked out and I was unconscious for a few minutes.
Okay, and when you say you blacked out, can you describe what your vision was like at the time?
I couldn't see anything. I saw the light in the bathroom and everything else was just black, and I just passed out for a couple seconds.
Okay, when you came to, or let me ask it this way, at some point did you come to, like come back? Did you regain consciousness?
Yes.
Okay, and so what happened once you regained consciousness?
My daughter was still crying and screaming, and she was throwing pillows at my daughter, telling her to shut the fuck up.
Okay, what happened next?
My parents, I remember correctly, my parents were already off by the time he was choking me, and he was in the missionary position with me.
Okay, so when you say missionary position, can you describe how his body was positioned compared to yours?
There was vaginal penetration with my legs open.
Okay, was he on top of you or something else?
He was on top of me.
Okay, and how were you positioned in relation to that?
I was on my back on the floor.
Okay, and so what part of his body, made contact with yours?
His genitals.
Okay, when you say his genitals, can you be a bit more specific?
His penis.
Okay, and what happened with his penis?
It was vaginal penetration.
Okay, when you say vaginal penetration, does that mean his penis made entry?
Yes.
Okay. Do you need a second? You can take a second. Just let me know when you're ready, okay? Okay. When that was happening, what do you remember feeling?
I thought I was in fear that he was going to kill me and my daughter.
And why do you say that?
Because he told me that he couldn't let me go because he was going to go to prison for a long time.
Okay. Did that happen while he was sexually assaulting you?
Yes.
Okay. What else do you remember actually seeing when the sexual assault was happening?
I didn't realize who it was. I mean, I see this face that's on the man. She kept trying to cross to me, but he kept going pillows at her, telling her to shut up and go right back down.
Okay. What do you recall about his demeanor? Like, how was he behaving?
He seemed angry.
Okay.
I didn't know what I did.
Okay. At some point, did something else happen after you described the vaginal penetration?
After a while, he seemed like he started to get tired and he started performing oral sex on me.
Okay. When you say that he seemed like he was getting tired, what do you mean by that? What is it that he was doing that made you say that?
He seemed high and strung out, and he kept falling asleep like he was trying to come up off of the high.
Okay. And so then you indicated he performed oral sex on you?
Yes.
What does that mean to you? What part of his body touched yours?
I was laying on my back and he had his tongue touching my vagina.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not, the, vaginal penetration, whether or not was more than one sexual act or just one sexual act?
It was just the one sexual act.
Okay. At any point, did he stop and do something else and then proceed?
No, he stopped, and I seen it before.
Okay. And at some point, did the oral sex stop?
Yes, he fell asleep. He fell over to the side and he fell asleep. I was able to get myself to go call my dad about the food.
Okay, so when you say you were able to get yourself away from him, what did you do?
I was as quiet as possible and I screwed myself from his body.
Okay, did he fall asleep on top of you?
He fell asleep with his head on my stomach.
Okay, and then when you got away from him, what did you do?
I was trying to look at my daughter and hear that she was going to cry and wake him up. And hear that he was going to try to chase us out of the apartment or try to kill us.
Okay, so what did you do when you went to the bathroom?
I texted my dad. I didn't call everybody until I got outside because I didn't want to wake him up. I texted my dad. I told him to call 911. Texted my stepmother. Told her to call 911.
Okay, and then at some point, I think I heard you say you stepped out of the apartment?
Yeah.
Where did you go?
I ran into the hallway. I shut the door quietly. I packed a diaper bag before I went out because I knew the day I was going to have to go with me to the hospital. I packed it everywhere quietly. I just put it on the couch and I stepped on the room very quietly, shut the door, and I ran across the street and I called the police and told them what happened and I ran across the street.
Okay, when you say you called the police, did you use your phone or someone else's? Okay, is there a reason why you waited until you got across the street to call the police?
And fear that he was going to hear me on the phone outside.
Okay, and at some point, did the police actually arrive?
Yes, they arrived about 20 minutes, about 20 minutes later.
Okay, and at that point, were you reunited with your daughter?
No, I was scared that he was going to do something to her.
Okay, so at what point, once the police come, what happens then?
The police came, I rode in the back of the police car until the ambulance pulled up in front of the apartment. And that's when I was crying to them, like, please go get my daughter, I don't know what's going to happen to her. And that's when they brought me down in a blanket, she didn't have any clothes on.
Okay, and so at some point, the police brought your child to you when you were still there?
Yes.
Okay, what, if anything, did you do afterwards, once you were with your daughter?
I just told her that's all I could do. I was very crying.
Okay, were you transported anywhere?
I was transported to San Andreas Hospital.
Okay, and when you were at the hospital, do you recall if they performed any exams on you?
Yes, they did a sexual assault exam.
Okay, do you recall what that entailed?
They opened my legs, they put me on the bed, they opened my legs and took the cheek, took me the swab.
Okay. Okay.
No, they saw my vagina.
Okay, understood. And so, how were you feeling when that happened, when you were at the hospital going through that?
I was scared, I was just happy to be alive, and I was happy that my daughter was alive. I asked them to check on my baby because I was pregnant at the time.
Okay, you were pregnant at the time of the assault?
Yes.
Okay, did you notify the defendant that you were, did you notify the person that was assaulting you that you were pregnant?
I told him I was pregnant, I told him please don't hurt my baby, he said he didn't care.
Okay, when did you tell him you were pregnant? Was that before or after the assault?
When he was choking me.
That's when you told him? Okay, and what did he say? Sorry, I need a verbal response.
He said he didn't care.
Okay. And is that out, and that was before the sexual assault?
Yes.
Okay. When you were at the hospital, did you have any injuries?
There was red marks on my neck and my lip was busted. My lip was bleeding. My face was red because I was scared and he smacked me to get me in my face. My lip was bleeding and busted and there was red marks all over my neck.
Okay, and when the police, did the police remain with you at the hospital?
No, my dad came to the hospital with me, he was my stepmother.
Okay, did you talk to the police at the hospital?
No, they took me in and they took me by the desk and they told me that.
Okay, at any point, do you remember giving a statement to the police?
I made a police report.
Do you recall if it was that same evening?
Yes, it was that same evening.
Okay, and everything, sorry, let me take a step back. Were you able to, at the time, explain everything that had happened to you to the police?
Kind of, I was fine, I was hysterical.
Okay, sorry. And just to be clear, when you went to sleep, did you allow Mr. Howell to be in your apartment at that time?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and did you want or consent to any sort of sexual act with him that evening?
No, ma'am.
Judge, I have no further questions.
Well, my sister prosecutor asked you if you knew Mr. Howard, you testified no, correct?
Oh.
You knew him?
Yes, he was the prosecutor for me.
You trusted him to help you get into your house when you were locked out, correct?
Yes.
He bought you a burgundy leather couch, correct?
No, he didn't buy it for me. It was in an old apartment that somebody had left and somebody else had brought it into my apartment.
He gave you a burgundy leather couch, didn't he?
Yes.
Okay. So your testimony, so he's been in your apartment a couple times before, correct?
Yes.
And you guys do cocaine, powder cocaine and crack together, right?
Judge, I'm gonna object to the
No,
elements
ma'am.
of that.
It goes to the motivation for her to lie. She said she didn't know him, but they have a relationship and a history of doing drugs together. It goes to her credibility, Judge.
Judge, she never testified that she didn't know him. She said she didn't know his name, but she testified that she knew who he was because he lived in the same building as her.
Exactly. Knowing who he is and having a drug relationship are two totally different things. It goes to the veracity of her testimony. I know who the court clerk is, but I don't have a relationship with her. So he's been in your house how many times?
He's been in my house without permission about 3 or 4 times before that.
Okay, so when you guys were in the house together.
We've never done drugs together.
Okay, but you have been in the house together several times, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he called you your name, correct?
He didn't know my name.
So you just let a person in the house several times, and you didn't know his name, and he didn't know your name. That's your testimony.
He entered my house without permission several times. I've never let him in.
So when he brought you the couch, or he got you the burgundy
He
couch,
brought me the couch. I didn't have a couch. I let him bring the couch in, but we never exchanged names.
okay. And then when you asked him and trusted him to help you get into your house when you were locked out, you didn't exchange names either then?
No.
Okay. But you had several encounters with him, correct?
Yes.
And you, your friend and your boyfriend have also been in your apartment with him, correct?
But again, objection to the relevance of who else was with her when the defendant was there. I think we've already established that she indicated the defendant has been there multiple times without her permission. It doesn't really matter who else was there or for what other purpose.
If she was in the home with her boyfriend and another friend, and they were socializing, it cuts against her. He's only been in my home without my permission. Again, it goes to the veracity of her testimony. So, Mr. Howard has been in the home before with you and other individuals. Isn't that what you're saying?
No, I wasn't even in a relationship at the time. I was pregnant.
Okay. Did you have have you ever been in your home with Mr. Howard and
No.
other individuals?
No.
Never?
He's knocked on my door and my friend let him in.
And he came
And I
in.
told him to leave. I told her not to open the door. I told him to leave and he didn't leave.
And you guys ended up hanging out that night, right?
No.
He stayed how long?
He never stayed. I never let him stay.
You just testified That he knocked on your door, your friend let them
He
in,
was
correct?
in, okay, so he was in the apartment for about a minute or two, until I said he needs to leave. I don't want him around my daughter.
Okay, so the night of the incident, on 9/23/2021. Run your own, is your testimony that you did not let him in that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, did you take his car, did you take his glasses that night?
No, ma'am.
Did you take his cell phone that night?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so your testimony today under oath is that you did not voluntarily have sex?
Right, all right.
Okay. Now. What time did you go to sleep that night?
Between 11 and 12.
And did Mr. Marlon Howell knock on your door at that exact time between 11 and 12?
Nobody knocked on my door, I was sleeping.
Did you testify your door is locked?
Yes.
It's locked? Okay, if he doesn't have a key to your house, does he?
No.
Your door was never kicked in, was it?
No.
It's no, your lock was never drilled or taken off, was it?
No.
There's absolutely no injury to your door, is it?
No.
So. And you're certain you locked your door that night, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it's your testimony that you didn't let him in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now. You're testifying today that you were, this happened in 2021, correct?
Yes, I was pregnant with my son.
Haven't you seen Mr. Howard several times since then?
Because he came in multiple times without my permission, he stated that he was a maintenance man. And I could explain why the door wasn't kicked in and why he could have had a key to the apartment.
Hold on, he's not the maintenance man though, is he?
He told me that he was working for the apartment.
Okay, my sister counsel's gonna cross-examine you and everything that she has a question about, you can follow up with these answers, okay? Okay? Okay. So my question is, this happened in 2021, correct? And after that, you have seen Mr. Howard several times, correct?
No.
Didn't you let him into your apartment several times after this?
No.
Okay, you just testified about a maintenance man. Mr. Howard isn't a maintenance man, is he?
No, he told me that he worked for the apartment.
How long have you been living in the apartment?
I was only there from June of 2021 to September of 2021.
And you paid your rent, correct?
Yes, well, I was on Section 8, I didn't have any rent there.
Nobody ever told you Mr. Howard was a maintenance man, right?
No, he told me that he worked for the apartments and that his family owned the apartments.
Prior to this day, you never believed, prior to this day of this alleged rape, you never thought that he was a maintenance man, did you?
It wasn't any of my business. I thought he said his family owned the apartments. I thought he was working for them.
When did he tell you that?
When he had to help me open my door when I was locked out.
What day was that?
It was in June. It was the beginning of June.
What year?
2021.
So, when you wrote a statement on 9/23/2021, you would agree that your memory there was better than your memory now, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that nowhere in the statement did you say anything about Mr. Howard being a maintenance man?
I believe I said so. I don't remember. I remember I told him that he helped me.
May I hold on? If I approach you with a copy of your statement, would that help refresh your memory?
Yes.
May I approach that? Mm-hmm. Specifically about anything about this Howard being a maintenance man. remember you can refresh?
No, I didn't mention it in the statement that we were making tonight.
That's because you didn't really believe the man in the end.
No.
So you just testified that you've seen him several times after this incident. You said he came in your house a few times, correct?
After the sexual assault incident?
Yeah.
No, I haven't seen him since the sexual assault incident.
Okay. And the other times that he entered your home, you let him in, correct?
No. There was 2 times where, there was the time that he helped me unlock my door. There was the times that he brought the couch into my apartment. And every other time it was unconsensual.
Okay, you never made any police reports about that?
No, because he never physical touched me. He always left my apartment.
After you guys did drugs together, right?
So we never did drugs together.
I mean, asked and answered, and I don't see how that's wrong.
Nothing further.
Sustained.
Yes, just a few questions. When you indicated back in June of 2021, that Mr. Howell helped you, get into your apartment, can you describe, how he did that? Like how is it that it came about that he helped you?
I came home from the store one day and I noticed I left my key in the apartment. I was sitting in the hallway for a minute trying to cross someone to help me. I was gonna try to take my own door down, but he came outside. If I remember, he was in a wheelchair because he said that he had hurt his leg. And he went and got a knife and I had a screwdriver and that's how he opened my door.
Okay, so
I'm a screwdriver.
Okay. And then you indicated you were at that apartment from June to September 2021?
At the end of May, it was May 28th, I think we went with him.
Okay, and after the sexual assault, did you go back and reside at that apartment?
No, I went back to go back my things.
And then where did you go? You don't have to give the exact address, but did you move out?
Yes, I moved out.
Okay. Judge, I have no further questions.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step. You're all set, thanks. Any other witnesses for the people?
No, Judge.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
None, Judge.
People?
Judge, I want to make an argument, and this was my anticipation based on the testimony, my conversation with the complainant, but the people would move to dismiss one of the counts, count 2, criminal sexual conduct in the first degree, the penis to general opening. Based on the testimony, it sounds like it was one continuous act that was done of that specific sexual assault of penis to general opening, and then count 3 would remain again, and that's the mouth to general opening for the cunnilingus. I believe those 2 counts were established through the testimony, but there wasn't more than one indication that somehow the act had stopped and it repeated itself, or some other separate sexual act had occurred. So people would move to dismiss count 2. As for the other counts, Judge, I believe that the testimony does establish the fact that that evening, she did not allow anyone to enter into her home. She had went to sleep with her daughter, but she had woken up to the defendant in her house. Her testimony established the fact that at a time prior to this, the defendant had helped her essentially get into her own apartment using a knife and a screwdriver, which she could have done again this time. She could not testify to how he entered, just that she went to sleep. He was not there, she woke up and he was there, and then he proceeded to both physically and sexually assault her. The testimony described the strangulation, described essentially the symptoms that she felt when that happened, as well as, and then of course the sexual assaults are first degree during the felony, the elements of essentially the defendant entering the home without her permission and then committing assault when he was inside the home without the owner's permission. The other count 6, that is a misdemeanor, although the testimony established that she was pregnant at the time and notified the defendant, that essentially carries with the other felony counts. And so I believe the testimony does establish by probable cause standard. The last thing is the DNA lab report that was submitted as people's proposed exhibit, or now people's exhibit number 1, indicates that the DNA that was collected from the vaginal cervical swabs of the complainant when she went to the hospital was a match through the investigative tool that the police used to the defendant. So his DNA was a match to her sexual assault kit that was taken the night of the assault.
What's the ratio of it they do?
Judge, we don't have the ratio yet because that was done through the fact that male DNA was identified, it was put through CODIS, and CODIS identified this DNA as a match. So we don't have the confirmation from the swab lab report yet.
Just read.
Your Honor, I do understand the testimonies that came forth today. However, I would like for this court to question the veracity of this individual's testimony. Originally, she said she didn't know the defendant, and then she said she didn't know his name. It wasn't until cross-examination it came out that he had brought her a couch. He had been inside her home. He not only had been inside her home one time, he had been inside her home multiple times. He helped her to, in fact, get inside the home. I do understand that this is a preliminary exam. This question of fact is a very low threshold. However, I still would, for the record, as a learned judge, you watched her demeanor, you watched how she testified. She began to make up things when she didn't have a good answer. You let him in the house several times. At one point, she said, yeah, he came in several times because she thought he was the maintenance man. And then when I approached her with her statement, okay, I really didn't think he was the maintenance man. At another time, she said he came in because it was 2021 afterwards. And then she testified and said, no, he never came in afterwards. When I asked her about her friend, wasn't he there with your friend before? Then it was, oh, he came in, but he only came in for 1 minute. So her testimony, it was really, it was inconsistent, and it was inconsistent for a reason. And the reason is he brought her to couch, he had been in her house, and they were friends. And I won't go any further because I do recognize her testimony makes me question that.
All right, so I guess we all agree that this question of fact to be determined by a trial of fact. For the record, the court doesn't find anything inherently inferable about this witness's testimony. She appears to be a very articulate and credible witness to the court. These things about other times that the defendant allegedly was at the apartment are really of no consequence. One thing that she remained steadfast on, one thing that she was consistent on, is what happened to her while the defendant was allegedly in her apartment. And she was very detailed as to what took place in terms of what positions they were in, him throwing pillows at her child, and all that kind of stuff. And then she testified that in the midst of this, after he fell asleep, she was able to get away from him and text her father and told him to call 911. I can't begin to understand why she would make up such a story that this sexual act was essential. And then go to the point of contacting her dad to call 911. Doesn't make any sense to the court. I find her testimony to be very credible. The court, after hearing the testimony, was satisfied. People have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint warrant. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this defendant committed them. This defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be December 4th, 2023 at 9 o'clock a.m.
You said all the charges, my sister.
Except for count 2. Court will dismiss that insufficient evidence.
Of course.
Yes. Ms. Reed, I need to dismiss us count two.
Okay.
Brian Lyons.
Yes, sir.
Calling case 2359852, people of the state of Michigan versus Brian Maurice Lyons. Defendant instruction and count one assault with intention to great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count two domestic violence.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Shelley James, the people, number 60219.
And Vanessa Hamilton, PA 2107, on behalf of Mr. Lyons, who stands to my left, this area.
Brian Lyons. Today's the date and time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness was notified to the statement time for the exam. They are not here, and I cannot proceed without the testimony.
We would request dismissal on that basis, Your Honor.
So ordered. Court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Counsel.
Ms. Reed, you may not. Mr. Drain, you're signing off on the Ernest Brockman. The tether.
Yes, yes, I did see that. Thank you, Judge.
There's a 1:30 play like it's going to be a dismissal, so we're going to bring him up now.
Okay.
In the street.
I'm separating everything. Hold on.
Sorry.
Y'all pressing me. Howell?
Yeah.
Not that count. They might mistake that the whole thing got. Yeah.
Right. Name and date of birth, sir.
Brandon Blaylock Gibson.
Chair right there.
Yes. Blaylock Gibson, calling case 2359812, people of the state of Michigan versus Brandon Edward Blaylock Gibson. Defendant was charged in count 1 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2 assault intended to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation, count 3 domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual reserve instance. Appearances for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shall we drink to the people? Key number 60249.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Robert Cantor, key 24993, appearing on behalf of Brandon Blaylock Gibson, who is present in court standing next to me. Please state your name, please.
Brandon Edward Blaylock Gibson.
There is date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. Even though this exam is scheduled at 1:30, it is not quite 1 o'clock yet. I do have information that the complainant was notified by telephone of today's date and time for the exam, and she indicated that she would not be appearing. So I would not, even if it were 1:30, I would not be able to come forward.
Based on that, Your Honor, the defense will move for an order of dismissal without prejudice at this time.
So, order, the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice. I need a dismissal order, Mr. King.
And filling it out right now, Your Honor.
Sir. Well, that concludes the docket for today, folks. So we'll see you tomorrow, same bat station, same bat time. Mr. Trainer, you get an opportunity, can I see?
Yes.
What do I need to do, man? Okay. All set. It doesn't matter. Those are excuses.
Judge Williams came up. Sent the email, saying something about